Oh god, is it on? Good morning, Mars. Hello, Alchemy. Hello, Goop. Hello, everybody. Oh my god, I woke up so late. Also, Cheems and Melody, who's doing homework. And Keegan, who was the first shrimp on the party. Oh my, today's gonna be funny. Oh, god, okay. Oh, goody goody tissues. Are you ready for this? You're not ready for this. Anyways, if you're not ready for that, I'm sorry for you. Okay, let me just turn a few things off and get this thing out of... Yeah, so I can work with it. And be confident, be good, wow! Wow! Okay. Turning, all of this off. And turning all of this off. Hello, peoples on the internet and the interwebs. Oh, welcome to the show. Oh, and there you are. Oh, hello, LELMR. Welcome. Oh well, I'm sleepy. Oh well, I was sleepy. I just woke up, guys. Like a whole hour ago, I just woke up. And then suddenly I'm like, oh man, I was late for my walk and everything. I couldn't do it. And then I look at the clock and oh my god, it's time. I just had to jump out of the bed and go and brush my teeth, and thank goodness that I already had toast on the thing. And hello. Oh man, as you can see, today is gonna be a very busy day. Yay. So we're talking on chat about a few ideas. Mostly Goop, who's making a game, or at least planning to make a game. Yeah, we can talk about that later. Today we're gonna have something interesting we're going to do. So I was thinking, I want to make videos again. It's been a while, and lately I've been working on building you know, like people that come in and enjoy what I do, blah blah blah, but I also want to give value back. So yeah, aminals. Mars, well said. A bunch of you suggested, how about animal anatomy? And let me confess something to you. Yeah, you ready for this? Are you ready to listen? I've been actively avoiding animal anatomy for years because I am stupid. But since you guys asked, we can go through all the fundamental steps to reach the level that we will be able to do any animal anatomy imaginable. And speed drawings, yeah. Well, I've been doing the time-lapse things for a while. They don't get that many views, but I do see that there are views for tutorials, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be planning out future tutorials in the forms of shorts, because a lot of people do not have time for like a full 8-minute video on how to draw an ear. So it's kind of like, okay, I get it. Because even I am a little intimidated when I see like a whole hour video on how to draw like mountains or something in composition. And I have that saved on my playlist, but it's got cobwebs. It's like, it's just sitting there. It's like, oh man, a whole hour for a lesson. Couldn't be easier if it was just a 1-minute short, because we're a very high functioning speed consumption society. We live in a society. Just imagine animal is human and on all fours. Ugh, I don't want to think that. What will happen if suddenly Goop's concept of spiders, I imagine that is like just a person with multi arms. It's like not even stylized. Do you guys well, some of you don't remember this because it's before your time, but that one Spider-Man show, really old one, where he grew like 4 more limbs and now he has like 6 arms and 2 feet. Oh god. Also, you will play as a goofy spider. That would be adorable. Heck yeah. I always say that Goop's art style looks a lot like an N64 kind of thing. Like if it was pixelated and on that Paper Mario or Mario 64 style, but modernized, it would look really good. Although I have no idea what they have in store. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for every one of you to indulge in your projects and provide something interesting for everyone else, and to prove to yourselves that you can do it. Okay, let me look for my pen. Oh, here it is. It's under all this rubble. It's under all this shenanigans. Alright. Okay. So, some of you suggested to work on some sort of canine structure. But the first thing we have to think about, because making animal anatomy is extremely involved, and I had to divide it into multiple pieces. At least conceptually, right? Because the first thing you need to understand is similar to human anatomy. In human anatomy class, they always start with the skeleton. Because we have to figure out how it is that our bodies move. Not necessarily be like a PhD doctor about it, but to know like where the shoulders are. Right now, I am touching my clavicles, which are underneath my neck, the bones. I'm touching them, I'm feeling them and how they are, and I'm not a very built person, but I'm not too wide either. I'm you know, travel. But I'm fit, I'm good. So if I touch my clavicles and in the middle of my shoulder muscles, I don't have like that dip that muscly people have. So in my anatomical structure, you would not need to outline it. So let me just show it with a simple sketch here. Oh, hello Waffles, welcome in. You made it just in time. Okay, now it stopped loading. Okay, so some people will need to have round brush. We'll talk about brushes later too, because brushes apparently are part of the fundamentals. I didn't know that, but I also agree. I agree that they should be. So you have like a face, just basic. We don't need to be super detailed about it. We're talking about bone structure here and muscles. So you got some shoulder muscles going down, and then the shoulder bones. And some people that are fit enough have the clavicles marked, and they have like an area of shadow here. But that is if they're very well fit and they have all these details pronounced, like these shoulder muscles pop up and they're like bulging outward. But some people, like myself, are not like extremely muscular, nor am I extremely skinny. I am like in the middle. So in my case, I will not have that much clavicle marked, maybe just a little bit. And also the neck dip that sometimes we mark in, which is also a shadow. It's kind of like this, and the neck also has like a shadow. I normally do it for everything because it just helps with dimensions. But not everybody has these details outlined, you know? Some people are just really plain and simple like this. Just a normal chest area, normal shoulders. But what's going on inside, of course, is you have the spine behind everything. And the spine is always curved. But when we're looking at the forward perspective, it's hidden. Because the spine is not always like this, as an S. Like if you're standing still, it is straight. It's only curving when it's looking at it from the side. This is an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Like the monkey bone is at the end here, like that. But looking forward, the only time that the spine moves on the side is when we're posing a character, and that's more dynamic movement, which is covered by rhythm in the fundamentals. But we are going like very simple, very normal. And so these are simple principles that help me without even having to make a sketch that's really detailed. I can already make an anatomical structure of a person, and to build muscle with skin around that is second nature to me now, because it's for years I've been doing human anatomy, and more or less the rib cage is like a upside down incomplete heart like this. So it pretty much helps me to define the features of a person, which of course the chest will end up like down here, and then a few muscles for protection, and a little bit of the ribs are still popping out and then retracting, going back in. This is more or less the structure of a rib in any animal. Like you have the cage, which combines here together, and then there's like spare ribs that do not connect with anything, but they keep the sides protected, and then they slowly become smaller and smaller. You'll see that in the future, because I brought in some anatomy from people and a few animals that we can analyze together and figure this out. So you got the shoulder wings that connect to the shoulder bone. Again, you don't need to be ultra specific about this. Like, who cares about the specifics? We just want the mechanical motion of it. Because if you make a character that has a shoulder and suddenly it breaks backwards like this, it's not gonna be very good. Like it should not bend backwards, it should bend forwards. We're looking for the mechanics here, and also for the shape of these mechanics. But that's also shape language, which is another part of character design, which is a little bit more advanced. So again, we can go one by one with these things, and the same way that I did a very simple idea with human anatomy, we can do it with any sort of animal anatomy, but we need to understand how our own bodies are built, and then we can translate that to other animals, because we can say, oh, where's the scapula on this animal? Oh, where's the shoulder blades on this other animal? Or the pelvis, how does it look on quadrupeds, or on monkeys or lemurs, which are semi-bipedal, or with animals that have inverted knees, like horses and stuff, that require them to kind of give a little bit of burst in their stride, including dogs and stuff. So yeah, let me look for the thing. What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? What are you guys are talking about? Oh, you're talking about the game mechanics. Interesting. Actually, I wanted to tell that I think I'm going to too fast with the series. I think I'll change plans so they reveal the series since I don't think I'm ready yet. Oh, it's okay. Pace yourself. Yeah. If anything, what you can do also is make tiny teasers about your series, so that way you don't overexert yourself, but also build some sort of anticipation for it, and then you build piece by piece and then put them all together. And yeah, maybe under a certain moment you go on a hiatus to finish the parts you haven't shown people, so that way you can put it all together and then complete the full vision, because you give those, you can make the scenes and give us like some sort of mystery to follow in the form of trailers, but then you take away the trailer thing and grab the scene and then compile it with all the other scenes and the things we haven't seen, and then you just make a whole episode. I don't know, like, pace yourself. Anywho, so let's begin trying. Today what we're going to do is that we're going to make a few sketches and drawings, and then I'm gonna grab today's footage and I'm gonna see if I can use it for the, you know, to make the short tutorials. If there's anything else, then I'll have to make it myself, and you know, the less I have to do that, the better. Okay, let me put this in a group and then hide it. I put in value and texture kind of paired up but separate, because texture involves also something that I just learned today, the whole thing about the texture of the brush you use, and in real life it would be painting versus pencil, which would also be medium. Let me just write it here, medium. Also works out really well on the piece you're gonna make, because some people do mixed mediums involving pencil and painting, and combined they make something extra or new. Just yesterday I was finding someone that was combining sculpture with painting, and by that I mean they have the canvas, right, and then they put in some gesso, I think it is. It's like a paste that hardens on top of the canvas, and then they sculpt the gesso to look like if the objects were popping out of the painting, and then they painted the gesso as if, I don't know, it was just masterful. It was beautiful. So I feel that this is part of the fundamentals, in the form of, yeah, not only do you have the texture, but you also have mediums, the way those two things interact with each other, popping out of the painting or popping out of the work, and making something completely new. Maybe it can also be audio visual or something, kind of like when you make videos. I think that's a form of art too, like editing videos. So yeah, but when it concerns with value, it's trying to imitate things like skin and shading, which is part of the things that we're going to be looking at. Specifically when like a hand has veins, you know, like you have a hand and then there's like a vein coming in here. Like, how do you shade that without doing the thing that I just did, which is these lines? Maybe I can grab a feather brush, which is a different texture altogether. Let me just erase this a little bit, just keeping the reference. Let's say that the light comes from here. This is where the light source comes from, so I can make a really nice fade effect like this. Let's also hide all of this. And of course the natural color here is different. And then we can highlight like a strong feathered highlight, and then we can diffuminate so it feels more tubular, more soft, more gentle. And this is more or less what you can do. This is just a simple example, but you see how I am making line art without any line art, because I'm dividing one thing from another by just using shading. This is one of the principles that we're going to be working on, or at least I can use this example for that. Yeah. Also on Clip Studio Paint, you can totally make your own brushes. I think I have the tutorial on the list of tutorials that I saved for everybody to use, including myself, because I tend to forget. Okay, so let's erase all this. So we were thinking about doing some sort of canine anatomy. So I gathered a few pictures, and I found a really cool website that gave me pretty much all of this. They gave me this, and this is pretty much what we will need to understand how to draw dogs, at least for the majority, because dogs come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and facial structures, which you might not even need to learn the skull. I never actually learned the skull of a dog. I think the more important things is the bones of the body, which is where they bend and buckle, because that way you can see that bone structure on this animal. You see right here. Let me make a new layer so I can sketch on top of this. Like whenever you're gonna do some breakdowns, you will be able to wait, where's let me get a color that I can work with. There we go. So now I can see the bone here, or at least the structure of the bone, more or less. And it pretty much makes sense to me, because we can combine that with what we know here on how these muscles work, this muscle structure works, and then translate it here. The same thing with the bones. Look at how the bones up here, look at how the bones work, and look at how it works by the dog just standing still. Of course, we'll have to think about this also whenever the dog starts running, pouncing, running around, which is part of the rhythm aspect of it, which goes into character design, which goes into just a composition in general. But to know all sorts of angles for the animal on how the bones are structured, you'll be able to do a lot more with less. This also goes for the pelvis. Look at how the pelvis here is bent in an angle, and look at how the dog butt works. See, like it's like slanted. And so the rest that you have to worry about is the spine curving here and connecting to the tail. So in essence, dogs don't have butts. Not in the same way we do, of course, because there are muscles here that you can see. Wait, what? Oh, I can't draw on top of that one. Oh, there we go. I was in the wrong layer the whole time, as usual. So yeah, dogs do have butts like this, but they're not the same. They tend to be just slanted like this because of the pelvis specifically. And let me actually look at this one. Yeah, you see? But even so, this dog is very different from this dog. This one has a much more rounded silhouette. You see, it really depends on the dog, because a lot of this fluff down here is just muscle or fur. But if we see a dog with less fur, we can see more of the anatomy, that this is just like a skin membrane. And this is something else that we have to consider. And this is why I brought in this diagram. This diagram is obviously, as you can see, clothes bending. And normally you wouldn't think about this in anatomy, but think about it this way. Your skin is clothes for your muscles and it's an organ. It's an organ that works also for clothes into your body. And it bends and buckles, and it has places where it likes to bend, which is when you look at your hands, you have all these little lines and ridges, because they're kind of like the armor equivalent of joints, where it is that it wants to bend. But on physicality, on human physicality, they allow for more flexibility, more comfort, and it's just pretty great. Like, imagine your hand is a glove. You have the parts where it bends the most. You have the parts where you can see the knuckles popping out, which is comfortable for, you know, for the finger to start. Again, these are gloves. These are like just real live gloves that hold your hand together, and all the vitals inside. And you see your wrist. It has, when you close your hand and open it, you see a bunch of things popping in and out, which is the structure of nerves, muscle, and of course bone. But bones are more static. We're looking at a lot of muscles and nerves and tissues that just bend around. And do y'all remember what I did last time, that I was shading a nerve in a vein? I don't know if it depends on people's hands, because some people's hands are just super smooth, but I have a few. I can see a vein. I can see a nerve that's popping out, or at least I think this is a muscle. When I put my hand onto a fist, it like pops out. It's whenever the body is stressed, I put some stress on it, and I can see a few things popping out of the skin. But yeah, the skin is extremely dynamic. Also, when I bend my arm around, yeah. So, learning how to shade clothing. At least clothing is a lot more loose, a lot more cloaky. Skin on an animal like this does the same thing. And in some parts, you have like the membrane that is in between your index finger and your thumb, which I'm grabbing it my own right now. It's like this loose extra skin. Where the same thing happens, like for example in the dog, in between the thigh and the stomach, there's like this really thin membrane of skin. The same thing here on the armpits of the dog, and the same thing underneath the neck of the dog. It's kind of like this rooster extra, like what you say in Spanish, pellejo. It has like this extra loose skin, and it all works with the same things as clothing dynamics and shading. Also, I see a few new people in. Hello, Hazel. Hello, Sasha. And hello, Blanca. Welcome in. We're just putting everything together here. We're starting in on understanding how to draw dogs. Or at least a canine figure. But of course, this translates to any sort of anatomy. If you want to learn any anatomy like reptilian, birds, you need to look at references, but start off with the skeletal structure and the muscle structure of the animal. And once you kind of understand the basics of what makes this creature built in a certain way, then you can make your own iterations. Because of course, character design in and of itself has a lot to do with personality. So the same species of dog might look completely different in the setting of the story. You know, one might be a little bit grumpier and smaller and squishier. The other one might be a lot lazier and aloof. So you make them long and like a little bit slow, a little bit lengthy, a little bit whoa. So you see, the same species of dog can have different idea, or at least a different signal on what their personality is. In cartoons, personality is part of the design. If the design does not immediately let you know the kind of creature or person they are in their whole life, it's kind of, you're kind of gonna be forced to explain it, and you know, on a visual medium, it's a lot better that you show, don't tell. So, but yeah, again, that's part of character design. Right now, we're just on the basics of how to draw an animal like a dog. And you see that after we learn the very intricate details of the skeleton, our job is to simplify. We need to simplify everything we do, because that way it will just speed up the process. And again, we don't really need to know every single detail about the animal. We do need to learn the basics of it at first, but after, our job is to get the complexity of reality and distill it into something we can enjoy, or at least consume with our eyes, with our emotions, because that's what art is all about, consuming with emotion. Of course, there is also infographics like this, which is emotionless. It's meant to illustrate an idea. But yeah, it's helpful right now to think about how you can exaggerate this into something that works for your story or your game or whatever it is that you're doing. Depends on the medium. But yeah, so we're going to imagine the skeletal structure of a human that I just showed you. Oh my god, thank you so much. Yeah, I completely forgot. Let me just... Yeah, that's really good. Thank you, Melody. You're totally correct. I do cartoon stuff. Heck yeah, Hazel. That's pretty much what we're doing here. I was asked to do animal anatomy, and pretty much animal anatomy is pretty much the same as human anatomy, but you gotta figure out the new anatomy and compare it with human anatomy. We just discussed that there's always like a loose rib, and as you can see, this dog anatomy does have loose ribs, at least one. I don't know much about animal anatomy, especially dog ones, but hey, there it is. And it seems that dogs have a very special type of joint system. We normally have our shoulders, which would be this analog. And then we have our elbows, which would be this. And then we have our hands and our wrist. This would be our wrist, and this would be our hands. But it turns out, and I learned this, dogs and other quadrupeds have it different. They have an inverted elbow. And this whole thing is the hand. This whole thing would be their hand. They just have how do I explain this? So this basically over here is the wrist. I'm too young to understand. You don't need to be old to understand. Come on, Melody. The idea is you learn the skelly, you simplify skelly, and then you work with the muscles, simplifying the muscles, which is all this, look at all this detail and whatever. And then just make it into really simple boxes. You see? From, what is it? From this complex skull to just circle cone. Because the idea is shape language. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The thing is that this gave me a lot of headaches when I was trying to design my own little bat, which is me over here. At the end of the day, I figured that fox bats don't have inverted joints. So I didn't need to do this. At first I thought I did, because I was basing my character out of ponies. You know, like when My Little Pony was famous and whatever. Then I'm like, oh, I would like to make my own pony character, but to imitate the style and make my own character. Like if you notice, my little snoot and everything is kind of based on it. But then I realized, okay, pony structure, like horse, equine, has more in common with dogs than it has with fox bats. Fox bats have more normal knees and stuff, so I'm like, okay, I can just draw myself normal. I don't have to draw this. That's pretty good. But in studying inverted knees, I realized that this functioned as the shoulder, this functioned as the elbow, but the elbow was inverted. It was looking backwards. And then this was the wrist, And then all of this was the hand. Like if you notice, these would be the tippy toes of the fingers over here. This would be the knuckles. And then this will be the... So if this is one of the reasons why we cannot run on all fours like animals do, because animals have, at least dogs have the ability to use the inverted knees to sprint. It's kind of like a, you know, like this zigzag form that bursts outward and shoot them forward. But with our very short things, it's better for us to run with these than it is to sprint with them. This is a little bit hard to imagine, but at least we can understand that this zigzag helps the animal sprint, and it gives us information also on the type of animal they are. Once you understand the way the skeleton is built, you can understand the powers of the animal. This animal sprints, therefore this would be the structure of their legs. If they could stand up, then their inverted knees would also be able to work like people knees at the same time, which is non-existent. No animal can go inverted knees and then suddenly stand up with them. This is why it's so hard to make anthropomorphic animal characters like feasible a little bit without making them look a little bit wonky. Like you got the normal knees and then you got like this thing, like you see what I mean? It's really weird. But yeah, again, you don't need to understand how to draw every bone, but we can simplify it with this. Everything that we just talked about is simplified here. You have the basic rib structure, more or less. Pretty simple. Oh, we hit the 10 likes? Okay. Anyone want to make a new message? Similar to the one that's pinned, but with maybe, I don't know, 25 likes. So now we have this very simple version of the structure. Again, remembering this zigzag and then the tiny feet. Actually, you can imitate the way a dog runs and stuff by standing on your tippy toes. The animal here is standing on their tippy toes, but this is where the flat of your feet would be. An analog. Like, let's say human feet are like this. There's the knees, and there's the thigh, the butt. Let's see, this is the ankle. And then feet bones. So we got it like this, right? And in the case of the animal, they have what would be our feet. Let's separate the... So you see, these are the tippy toes. This is the flat of the foot. This is the shin. And then this is the thigh. You see the analog? Oh god, not like that. Decorate it like Melody did, see? Like, look at Melody's message with like 2 emojis, one on the front, one on the back, and then like goal to 10 or something extra likes, X likes. So yeah, that would be a lot more prettier, don't you think? Like, decorate it, put some pizzazz, but not too much. Like maybe just 1 emoji, like goal, X likes, and then finish it off with an emoji. I think that would be prettier. And then we can keep doing that whenever we keep reaching the goal. Also, let me say hi to Royal, because I saw Royal's message, but I was on a tangent. Hang on, sorry. Hello, big bro. I was in the shadows and don't want to disturb you, but how are you? Oh, it's never a disturbance. Come on, how are you? I'm happy to see you, Royal. Yeah, there we go. 20 likes or... Come on, don't make threats. I mean, I will pin that, but let's not make threats. Oh, jeez. Or I lose my knees. No! That one's good, Melody. I like that one. But you know, for the sake of comedy, let's grab Goop's one for now. But yeah, more like what Melody just did. But yeah, do you see this? I figured this out and I'm like, oh man, so that means that if I stand on my tippy toes, I would be imitating like an animal or something. The problem is that our shins are very long and this is really short for us. Don't hit the like, of course, just kidding. Oh no! I don't want to lose my knees, man. So you see, if we stand on our tippy toes, we would be imitating the same structure as the dog. The difference is that they have a longer foot and a shorter shin and a shorter. They're kind of almost the same length, to be honest. Normally, a human femur, which is this bone here. Let me grab a different color. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Normally, a femur is the longest bone in our body. So our legs, our thighs would be a lot longer than our shins. I kind of made a mistake here. This is not right. The shins are a lot shorter than the femur. But yeah. In the case of a dog, it seems that they are pretty much the same length, see? So you can keep that in mind whenever you draw dogs. I mean, you can always exaggerate too. Look at this design structure from the artist 𝐒𝐡𝐨𝐫𝐭 on DeviantArt. They drew this doggo. They did use like a structure where the shin and the thigh are similar in size, but also the flat part of the foot that would be the flat part of the foot. They also did it, but they look at the simplification on how they did it. They understand the structure, they understand the bones on how the pose would be, but look at the simplification. They did not focus on making every bone apart. They did make like the leg, but they also had this membrane to connect everything. So now they have this beautiful curve. Look at this beautiful curve. A mixture of membrane and then the dip of where the bone is, the bit here, and also the bit here, and also the bit where everything connects. Like there is no big bone here, but it is connecting to the little paws. And yeah, the paws often bend a lot like this, and then there's like the claws, and then like they have really weird hands, if we can call them the paws that. And also one detail that I noticed on dog paws is that they have thumbs. Like imagine a really mutated hand, but they get shorter, right? And then here's the paw, but then they have this bulging thing here with a nail and everything that works as if it was a thumb. Like if you kind of put your hand all scrunched up and then you put your thumb also sticking out, but the thumb in their case is moved all the way to their forearm. Like it's so strange. But yeah, of course this person simplified it and they eliminated the thumb that would be around here. But again, it doesn't matter. This is a cartoon, and the more important thing is the rhythm of it. And by the rhythm, I mean like, look at all these dynamic curves for the animal. These simple shapes. Look at how they built them. It's similar to this structure that we have here, and similar to this other structure that grabs all the important muscles and build them up. Now let's compare it. Hopefully it's on top of everything. No. Let's move it up here and look at how the simplifications compare with each other. Of course, this dog is standing straight up, and normally you do have like this chest area being more pronounced. And it can be anything, right? It can be a little bit fluffier, or it can be like this one that's more like a shield, that it makes me feel like they are more of a guardian protector. Or it can be shaggier, like with a lot of fur that connects all the way into the back, which would mean that they're not up to keep. Again, all these design philosophies to make us believe and understand that besides the skeletal structure and the muscles, the dog might be not really keeping up to date, or they might be squishier, or they might be a little bit weaker. So it really depends on how you're going to dress up your dog, because we're talking about fur, and we're talking about the surface outside of the basic structure of it all. And we're moving from the basics of what we used to be on, which was skeletal structure, to simple structure up here, to something a little bit more based on shape language to build a character. Okay, let's see what you guys are talking about. Also, do you see my message I sent you for the 2-player, 1-player? When it comes to the game systems and stuff, I will need to check it out later, because right now I want to be able to cover as many topics as we can, and we are only on the canine bit, and look at all the things that I want to try and make for the future. So yeah, any idea that you guys have, you may share it on chat, but I will need to be skipping them so we can get to the purpose that is this stream, which is to plan out for future shorts, because I want to turn all of the footage of today into things that we can use for me to make shorts that are tutorials in the future. Also, did we already reach 20 likes? Jeez Louise, hang on. Let me look at my own. What is this? No, that's for later. No, I already had my... Oh, there it is. I already had my thing up. So let me just go to my channel, go to my lives. Oh, there it was. There it is. Yes. No, it only has 11 likes, so I don't think we can update. Well, we can, right? Because it was a... No, it was a 20 like goal. 30 likes. Oh no, our Deuce's stream will last all day long. No! I'll keep this one in mind, but maybe, I don't know, 40 likes when we reach 20 to see if we can double it. You have one job, bro. Commented early. Yeah, I just noticed this on the notifications. Well said, Royal. Well said. I have the one job. Lumen's method, Lumen's method, Lumen's method. Okay, let me look up Lumen's method. I forgot to look that up. Let's see. Let's see what this is. This looks like what I already do, which is to make the measurements of the head, so that way you can build a head. The thing is that this is more of a human type of head, and we're talking animals, specifically canine, but it can work. It can work. We just need the specifics of what it is that we need for it. Because you see, all heads have like a circle, but as you can see here, this person decided to make the part of the skull a little bit flatter, with a little bit more of a zigzaggy style. And this really works because it makes me feel like the character's shape language is more sturdy, more focused on protection. Because look at this. But it also, the character also has like a soft spot here that they're protecting, and at the same time it makes them feel like their general demeanor is more speedy, more soft and gentle, less defense, but at the same time they have a steadfast mentality. Get it? Because the head is straight faced, but the rest of their body is smooth and very curvy. which makes me think that they are graceful, but they're also good leader material. These are all shape language ideas. But yeah, this is the part where we're going to talk about the breakdown and shape language. Let me look for a character. Let's say, for example, oh, there we go. This show, All Dogs Go to Heaven. Yeah, let me grab one of the characters, if I can see one character without anyone else. There we go. Yeah, you see this one. Let me bring it up here, because this guy is very stylized, and I think we can use him as an example. Here we go. Yeah, we can use him as an example. Look at this. It's a similar style, a breakdown. But now we are thinking about his story. I never actually watched this show, so I can't really comment on the specific ideas of what personality this character has. I have seen some scenes that he is very kind and gentle. Besides, I think he's a street dog, right? He's a street dog, so he would have a little bit more of a rugged look to him, but he still has some kind round eyes. But he also has like this rat looking face. At least the ears are all bitten, and he looks like he has a 5 o'clock shadow, like an older character, older male with a little bit of a hairline. Sorry, not hairline, just like a beard forming. And of course, the fluffs on the side can also mean beard, if we were to turn this animal into a person. Also, the tail is matted, and if you notice, really close to where the bone would be. Like if we make a bunch of bones here, if we signify a line with bones, it would be really close to the bone. The same thing here with the rib cage. If we were to build a rib cage for him, it would be sort of like this. And then the spine. He looks malnutritioned, like really skinny. Even these bits, sure, we have like the membrane we were talking about, like it's all of this to make a nice smooth transition. Like the solid bits would be here for the thigh, which would be one of our mistakes, and one of my mistakes when actually drawing dogs, because I've always neglected this membrane, which is again the same thing we have in between our index finger and our thumbs. Like if we were to draw animals, we can always remember the membrane between our fingers. If we were like frogs or amphibians, we will have like the webbed feet to help us swim. Well, in this case, this thin membrane helps connect one thing to the other, and we would have the muscles here of the dog. And admittedly, whenever I play with dogs and I like grab their feet, this part of the feet is very bony, and they don't have a lot of muscle here. Maybe they do have like the one muscle similar to our shins, which is maybe like a simple muscle here. They do have like a thigh muscle, but again, it's hidden with the membrane. We don't see that, we don't feel that, it's hidden. But all this part is very bony, and then like a fluffy paw. And again, this dog should have like a thumb here and a thumb here, and also maybe a thumb here. But again, it's a cartoon. You need to simplify because you have to draw the same animal a bunch of times. But there's enough of the shape language here that we know from studying this. You see how thick this animal is? Look at all this physical structure. Like, of course, in here you have like all the guts, you have the lungs, you have the heart maybe around here, maybe around the center here. Big lungs. The stomach was like around here, and a bunch of other guts. Often the guts of the dog, when I saw the references, they have like this curvature. We can symbolize it with this general shape. Like all the guts are in here. We don't really need to draw them. Who cares? And then we start with muscles. With muscles here. This shape, I do it because it's like the normal connection, and then the thigh muscle here then connects with the upper one. And again, there's the membrane. But look how thick this animal is. Compare it to this creature, this character that is like a street dog. It's very thin. If they wanted, they could also make rib lines here to symbolize that he is hungry. But of course, I don't think he is meant to symbolize that he's hungry, but they could have, if so, make a line or two here, which would means that the ribs are showing, meaning that they are, you know, they're not eating enough. Kind of like this. Whenever you see a dog like this, sometimes it's that they're hungry, sometimes it's just that that's how their species is, that their breed is. But it's a good indicator when it comes to giving hints to the audience without telling them anything. Again, don't tell the audience anything. Don't tell them if you can illustrate it. Instead of saying, oh, this dog is hungry, just draw two simple lines. There you go. The dog is hungry. Actually, let me just make it more. There you go. The dog is hungry. But yeah, no, this dog seems to be more he seems that he eats well, but also he's scrambling out for food. It's kind of like an in-between. But he also has like this really nice snoot shape, which is kind of like a mixture of a rat and a dog. Why do I say that? Let's look at a rat. A rat snoot. Oh god, that's not what I'm looking for. It suddenly looked like, what is this, a mole? Oh yeah, a naked mole rat. No, that's not what I'm looking at. Not what I'm looking for. But often cartoons depict rats in a very specific way. Oops. Oh, Ratigan. Let me show you guys Ratigan. Like, I have a rat here. Now let's look at Ratigan. Oh yeah, this guy. God, this is a classic cartoon character. Many humanizations of him, but I don't think they do him justice. It's just that his nose is very particular. Really famous villain. I really liked this movie. Okay, let's see one where I can see the side profile of him. I guess this one's okay. He always just likes to show, oh, here, this one's good, this one's good. This one's good, okay. There we go. Compare a dog with the rat aspect, and then you probably notice what I'm talking about. You see, like, the shape language makes it feel that the nose is the most important part of his structure. Like, he has really good smelling and really good ears, and this already gives you a lot of information of the character. You don't really need to ask a lot about him. And also, you know, yeah, there's enough for us to understand. Also, my bad brethren being abused. But of course, this is not the only kind of dog, because we have this structure, which is just a general kind of dog, but it can let us know that the dog is a little bit more in tune with reality. If we make a character that is extremely cartoony and one that is a little bit closer to the real thing, it also gives us an idea that this dog or this character is a lot more focused on what's real and less fantastic, which can mean a lot of things. Let me see what you guys are saying. One of you I noticed said, like, tell us how to draw a cat. I think it's the same structure. I think it's the same thing except for the skull. You don't need the skull, you just need references. Let's see. You know, Melody, I think I will make a thing so you guys can maybe suggest games. But normally I'm very picky with what I play. But yeah, you can make suggestions. Maybe, okay, so in the comments of the video, once it's all said and done, or maybe on my old posts. Actually, no, hang on, let me do a thing. Where is it? Because then it will be chaos. Let me just organize something for that. I don't promise that I will, you know, I will consider it, but hang on. Okay, let me see. Okay. Let me just put an image for the giggles, because why not? I don't like to just put in a plain flat thing without maybe some flair to it. At least it would definitely make a bit of a splash, you know? It's like, oh, hey, announcement, wow! But what to put? 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 Maybe I'll just put the test. Yeah, because this mostly symbolizes under development or like off the air. So yeah. Okay. I put in a post in case someone wants to suggest a game. I don't promise that I will play them because I'm picky. But yeah, if you want to make a suggestion and you don't want it to be lost in the chat or just randomly put it anywhere, there's the space that you can do it, and I'll check it out. Let's see. Don't hit light, of course. No. Any of you can name 2 anime characters? I need that for my edits. I don't know. Maybe Gun and, oh my god. Isaiah from Durarara. Let's see. Also, do you see my images I sent you? Oh yeah, I already said that. I'll check it later. When I draw a dog, I draw Bluey. Yeah, you can do that. Again, Bluey. Let me look up Bluey. Hang on. Because Bluey, even though Bluey is very stylized, extremely stylized with shape language, they still have enough that it works out for. Oh yeah, that's a dog. I feel it's topical, so let's bring it. Let's bring Bluey here. And I need a more side profile of her. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is what I wanted. All right, I don't need to do this. I can just copy image and paste. There we go. Yeah, there it is. So now Bluey does have enough indicators that they're a dog than anything else. Specifically, they kept the nose detailing. Not so much the skull, but dogs do tend to have a very structured head like this, versus cats that have less of a snoot. Like cats would be the same skull maybe, and if I were to grab this and make a cat with this, let me see. I think cats have the thing similar, but they end up here and they have here, and then their ears are a little bit closer to their heads, like that. Like, I think this is closer to what a cat skull and a cat face would be like, according to what I've seen. Not necessarily very accurate, but they have a little bit of a put your nose, and yeah, a similar neck style. But they don't have like this muscle going down like that, or at least not very muscular. They're a lot fluffier, a lot more fur that hides their muscles and their membranes. So if I'm to hide this guy, maybe something like this. No, the nose is wrong. I think they are lower. Cats have lower noses. Maybe something closer to that. And the upper lip curls, you know, like with the uwu kind of thing with the W, but of course longer. Like that, and yeah, similar to that, see? So the skull is simpler, it's just the snoot is one of the important bits on how to make specific animal sometimes. At least when it comes to canines versus... Oh, that's the wrong one. Where is it? No, yeah, dog. Where's the dog? Where's the dog? There it is. Versus the dog here. Yeah, but generally, if you're going cartoon, then you will go off model for a normal dog, but you will have the general idea that you have to think about all the time, which, starting with the skeleton structure, you simplify that into boxes, at least how everything bends, because again, when we're talking about bones, we're talking about the mechanics. Where do the bones bend? What poses are there possible? Because after this, we can talk about rhythm, which is what this guy was doing. And even then, the dog is standing still. Look at this one. Look at the pose this one's having. Like, both front paws are together, and then the other ones are kind of like spread out. And then there's, of course, there's Bluey, but Bluey is more like a mascot, like a sports mascot with the arms and the feet coming out of a box. The important thing about Bluey is just the face. Everything else is just character. Oh, of course, the colors too, and not all dogs have like this spot style. It's really common in dogs to have. Let's see, my friend got a new puppy, a lunar mixed dog breed. Oh, that's cute. Many cat trees that all my cat dogs have now in Minecraft. Oh, cute. I want to get pinned so badly. Depends. If we get to 20, you can send another one that says like, oh my god, 40, but with the same thing, and yeah, I will pin you. Let's see, let me see the like ratio. We're still at 11 likes, so I guess it's fine, but we can wait a little longer because it matches the people that are watching. Again, it makes sense. Let me just put this always on top because it keeps hiding every time I hide OBS, and that's not very it's not very bougie. Okay, there we go. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Does it have to explain cat anatomy? I think I just did. Again, cats have the same similar structure, except that they are a little bit thinner. If we look at cat bones, they're a little bit more delicate. Dogs, depending on the breed, of course, but on a breed like this that are more wolf-like, the bones are a little bit thicker and their structure is a little bit stronger. Oh my god, let me show you this. I think you guys have seen this guy. Hang on. Pet Foolery. The way he draws Brutus, which is this dog. Oh god, this guy. Yes. Let me see. We gotta open Instagram for this one. But yeah, this guy draws dogs really well. And you can definitely use him for reference. Oh, hang on. Let me also grab the names. Yeah, because we also have the colorist of it all. Yeah, this. Do you see? Created by Pet Foolery, inked and written, and colored by Sam Bragg Comics. Yeah. This comic, this guy, look at this structure. Very similar. The cats, obviously, very different. But they have a similar anatomy structure. Eventually, when you get used to it, you can pretty much separate it by parts like this. Like, look at the similarities. The dog obviously has a little bit more muscle here, but they have like a box structure that connects with their collar. A human will have a wider chest, but of course a dog has a more leaner chest. But this equates to like a dude's chest area. Maybe some clavicles and then a neck. You see, more or less like this structure, but a dog has it really pudgier, really small, and this cat too. This cat also has a similar thing going on. The thing also is that the legs take precedent over anything. So you can imagine it like a little bit of a heart, because they have a chest like ours, but it's like as if the shoulders were in front of the chest and they pushed it back a little. So in that case, this is a little bit wrong, the thing that I did here. Oops. Yeah, because they come out. Oops, wrong brush. There we go. They come out. And we have some clavicle lines. He added the clavicle lines right here, but in the shape of fur, of course, because you have the skin, but then you also have fur coming out of the skin. So it's sort of like a double thing. But he could have, of course, this is a cartoon style, so you don't need to be perfect about it. But you could also add like a little bump here. Let me show you guys. Something like that. And a very simple bump to show the clavicle on this end. But again, you don't have to. And then bring this line downward here. You see, that way you can show that there's a clavicle. But again, you don't need to. It might interrupt the flow of the character's rhythm, which is, look at this perfect stance. It would ruin this beautiful simple silhouette, then curves down. Like he's standing in attention and focusing a lot more on looking at her, who's looking at his tail. Because the story mostly was that they found this little dog abandoned and the tail was very much, you know, without fur, without anything, and they were concerned. And it's like, oh, you finally grew fur on your hair, you know? Like, the story focuses on their eye position more than anything. So you don't need to be super perfect with it. If anything, the end of the rib structure ends here, and I think that's enough. You see, like, this bump is enough of a quote-unquote clavicle combination that he doesn't need to make another bump again. That will be too much. This is enough. Like, this works enough for the box. You have the box and you have this lump, which again is the same as what we talked about. Starts here, ends there, and then it goes down. Same as this. You see? Same as this over here. And the same thing with a cat. The cat has a protuberating, like, it starts here, the bone pokes here, then the bone pokes back, and then the leg goes down. You see? Same thing. Zigzag down. Zigzag down. Zigzag down. Oh, and he added the thumb that I told you guys about. You see? You got the paw, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have 5, like the thumb way up here. Sometimes you can add it, sometimes you don't have to. But because it's to show like how majestic the hair is here, and how ultra realistic you can make it, you know, because it's fancy. And even then, it's just a few lines. So they went out of the way to make it work. But you see, learning the bone structure can let you simplify it a little bit better and realize, oh, I know what this bump is. Or every time you now draw an animal, like a dog, you have, okay, I have the face, I got the neck, I got a little bump, which connects to the zigzag thing here, zigzag paw, and then I have the rest of the body. And then the chest ends like around here and connects with this, that of course I can fill with a little bit more of a fluff here. And then the pelvis is bent a little, so I can, there we go. Like, I'm just messing around, but you know, it's kind of similar. It starts here, then we have a bone here, zigzag, like that, and then the rest is just the tail. And then there's like the membrane here. Like, I have a muscle, I have a membrane that connects everything, you know, the membrane. Maybe a little bit of a membrane here too. So we have like this smooth triangle. See, almost like if you were designing bat wings, that you have like the bones and then skeletons. Well, the same thing. You have bones, muscles, which would be these muscles, and then you have the membranes curving everything. The same thing here. Membrane here, membrane here, and this is pretty much invisible as a reference to where the clavicle-ish area should be, which is, you can stylize it. Let's move it a little bit all the way up here, and let's delete this. There you go. And let's also delete this because it's so within the body that we don't notice it. We only notice like the bump. And let's delete this also. And there you go. The same thing here. Let's start deleting the bone structure and everything. Let's only keep when the thigh comes up. And then this, you can keep a little bit of the bone dipping in. But then the membrane takes over. The same thing here. And there you go. Put in the paw and boom. That's it. And of course, in this case, the ear of this breed of dog, I think, would be like just a standard. You see, this is a little bit messed up because I did it in a hurry and I didn't think about the breed of dog and animal. But you can make this a dog, or with depending on the snout, you can make it a fox. Or you can make it a cat. You see, it kind of depends on the kind of animal you want to make. Oh, that's way too big. But you see, I think we kind of covered more or less everything. If you want to make a dog specifically. Or a cat. I also wanted to... Actually, why is this off? Bacon. What? Pomeranian. What did I just see on the paper? What? I just love that show too much. Oh, you mean like Bluey? Wait, can you do duck anatomy? Oh yeah, bird anatomy specifically is a little different, but it's worthwhile because again, this structure for cats, dogs, horses, it's very much the same thing. And I'm gonna show you in a little bit. But birds. Oh, hello, Unimo or Ayuki. Welcome in. So yeah, if we're doing stuff like birds, that's a little different. Let me delete all of this and hide this. I already also had this ready because I found a page that shows us how to do horses. And again, the skull is different, but in essence is kind of like the same idea of, oh, let's just look at references and learn how to break down the face of this animal specifically, and then the rest we can figure it out because it's pretty much the same as everything. Do you guys remember the zigzag? We have dim, 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 and then this would be the difference here is that instead of fingers you have hooves. There you go, see? But we still have the same zigzag. Zigzag. And in the case of horses, they're not like dogs in a way that a dog's would be in the front like this with a paw. But the horses go straight down. But yeah, they still have like multiple joints that you have to worry about. And the hooves are relatively small for the kind of muscle this is. And again, this one still has a membrane, but the muscles of the horse is just a different beast. Like they have these really big muscles. Let me show the muscle anatomy of a horse. So this is the muscle anatomy of a horse. It's a little different and it's a lot bulkier. Like look at this entire area here. And look at this entire section of muscle. Like it's so involved. And look at these powerful leg muscles here. This is a different beast altogether. But we still have the same bone structure, which should start around here. You see? You kind of see the anatomy here of like the thigh. Let me get a different color so we can see. We still have the zigzag. It goes here, then it goes here, and then it goes straight down. The zigzag, the same zigzag. Zigzag, but in the case of the horse is just straight down. It's not zigzag, paw. You see the same thing that we saw with the dog? Remember? Zigzag. Joints being really close here and to here. But also the membranes to connect everything. Be it the back of the dog or the front of the dog is pretty much the same idea. But in the case of the horse, look at that. Let's break it down here. Comparing, oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. There's a bit of a bone here. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. I think I overshot it. Oh yeah, because it's 3D, so it would be here, then it would be here. Oh, it's too long. It should be shorter like that. Then it should be like, yeah, this, because you see this lump that the horse has? This lump here? That connects, the neck goes down, then does a little lump, and then it starts to slope, so it should be here. Really big femur bone-ish kind of thing. And then, of course, the ones that go straight down. Yeah, horses are a little bit of a different beast. And instead of membranes, well, they do have like a little membrane here, but horses are more all about muscle. But look at the different types of angles that a horse can have for legs. By the way, this is a website that I found. I'll show you guys on the link. This is where I found... Actually, let me show you where I found the dog. The dog anatomy. Copy. And paste. I'll put it in the description too. But here's where I learned how to draw dogs, but that I found the website. And this is the website where I found a lot of structures for skeletons of horses. They're really good references. I recommend you check them out on detail. I found all these pictures there. It's really good, really useful. I also brought in not only the skeleton structure of a horse, but I also brought in... actually, let me pull this. Let me pull up this diagram here. In fact, I can even make it multiply and make it a little transparent and bring it here. Let's make it bigger. There we go. Ain't that cool? Make it a little bigger and tilt it to where the horse is. No, it's here. Welcome back, Melody. Found something interesting that we can use here. There we go. Was watching a duck video. Yeah. We'll get on birds in a few minutes. But let me put the opacity a little bit higher. There we go. Perfect. So now we have... Oops. Wrong one. Oh, right. Multiply. There we are. So now we have the idea of the bone structure of the horse. Now we kind of understand why there are certain parts of the horse face. Actually, let me see. So the nostril should be here, and there's the eye orbit, and okay, perfectly aligned. There we go. When it comes to horses, this would be how you would structure the bones in the mouth. Is it aligned properly? Because if we move forward, yeah, I think that works out perfectly. Yeah, more or less. Just get here. Okay. So yeah, horse anatomy is a little bit different. If I turn this off, you can also see that another thing that we gotta think about when it comes to horses is that they have a really like their fur or their coat is a lot shorter than other animals like dogs and cats. So you will have a lot of time and moments to draw things like veins and shade them. And this is another reason that I believe that one of the fundamentals should be revisited, which is the idea of shading veins and things without having to draw any lines. But again, it really depends on your art style. You don't have to draw all of this when you're doing a cartoon. If you're doing a cartoon, you can focus more on the physical structure of everything. And like we said before, with the dog, you simplify. There is like this area here with a bump. It ends here. We have a very particular type of snoot that goes all the way up. We got mane. Ears of your choice, so long as they are horse. And of course, we can even make this mane a little bit more vibrant and flowy and fun. And we can even cover the neck so we don't have to draw it. But then we draw the neck and, you know, there you go. We turn this puppy up and you have a general idea of a horse. Oh, and of course the general idea of the eyes, where they are. Nay. Pretty cool, huh? Of course, you can restructure this into something a little bit more particular for your style. But yeah, we don't. I think we're good on this, right? Of course, also the tail is a lot shorter when it comes to horses. But it's similar, the same style. All quadrupeds have a similar structure. I don't know about like stuff like iguanas and reptiles, if they have this zigzag kind of thing going on for them. But keep in mind, the difference in bone structure, like the horses that are more straight on their legs than dogs and cats, give them a different type of movement than they would other quadrupeds like cats and dogs and stuff. So yeah, just examine when things are a little bit different, even though they might be the same. Now let's move to, you guys mentioned birds, particularly like ducks. Let me look in. The first step to everything would be to look up references. Duck anatomy. We grab some. We start by the bones, so we can see how they functionally work. Duck bone anatomy. Interesting. We got a few that we can choose from here. Let's see if we can have like an actual skeleton that we can poke at. I think this works. Okay. Let's paste that. That will be one. Let's find another one. Oh, this one's a... Pardon me, but this one's a bird's eye view. Get it? Oh, man. Bird's eye view. Okay, this is interesting. Hang on. No, what is this? Nah, never mind. I thought this was a... No, this is a platypus. Never mind. It would be interesting for later, yeah. But not for this one. We're now talking about birds. Oh, you know, the feet are not so different from what we've been talking about too. Let me grab this this bird leg. You see? Let's see, more. Huh, I think this one works out a little better, more stylized, and allows us to scrutinize it a little more. Because I feel all birds are the same in terms of this style of anatomy. 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 Yeah. Okay, so we have bones, but let's see about muscle and the fluff. The fluffies. Okay, so we have this. More or less works out. Paste the duck, please. There we go. Muscles. Muscle anatomy. Interesting. This isn't a duck, but I think it works out. Again, most birds are the same. The only difficult thing about the birds, I feel, is the wings, because there are different wing structures for different animals. Oh, gross. Gross. I'm gonna show you guys, but this is gross. Open image in new tab. I gotta see that. Oh, I can't see it very well. Man, hang on. Is it possible that I can just go into the website and see it full view? Oh, this is funny. Oh, this is funny. I gotta show you guys. Don't worry about it. You see, when you understand anatomy enough, you can do some funny things. When you understand how muscle and bone work, you can do some funny things. Very funny things. Okay. The thing is, I can't see chat yet, so let's see. Let's go into chat. I made a new channel banner. Also, what are your thoughts on the animation? Oh, it's pretty good. It was pretty simple, but it's a good teaser. It was a good teaser. Full of hype. Okay, so this one's not that very clear when it comes to bone structure, but we can notice that a little bit of the bone structure is very similar, except for this bone down here, the keel. I have never seen this bone before. The keel. And it seems that it's responsible for this little floaty boat shape. No, but this is the leg part. I've never seen the keel before. Jesus. Is this the keel? Like under here would be the keel of the animal? God, this is horrifying. Just look at this. You got the ducks, but then it combines with the muscle of... God, this is a really funky, silly stream, huh? Oh, jeez. Okay, anyways. Moving on from these shenanigans. It seems that... Oh, yeah, because when you imagine what it is that you use when you are cooking, right? This is something that we would... let me sit in a different pose because my back is... Whew! Let me stretch. Oh, baby. Alright. So, we can imagine when we're cooking what it is that we cook. We cook the thigh of the bird. We cook the whole drumstick of the bird. And then we also have the chicken wings. And we have the chicken breast. And of course, different birds have different ratios of size of each thing. So they won't have the same, the same girth in certain areas than others. Like this is a pigeon, right? So it's a little bit more compact on that, and we wouldn't be able to get much meat out of it if we were going to cook it, compared to like say a duck. Just look at all these muscles. You have the duck breasts here. You have a little bit more muscle on the thigh and the drumstick area. Like it's completely different. Where is... No, I'm not looking for that. 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 Oh, right. This is the one that I'm looking for. The one where I can draw. Let me just bring it all the way back up. Yeah, let's bring it all back up. We'll take away the horse thing. And we can grab this and start seeing the similarities between the bone structures. Let's also bring down this one so we can kind of understand where we're going with this. And let's start to break it down. It seems that the neck is very loose. Mind my French, loosey-goosey, get it? And the skull is really simple. It's a drop. I guess you can just use this shape for any sort of bird. Of course, it depends on the beak shape. And the shape of the beak is important because different birds have different beaks for different uses. Some of them are like the woodpeckers, which peck wood, and it should be strong enough. The same thing with the skull. It's designed specifically so the brain doesn't touch any of the sides of the brain and then they fall unconscious. Oh man, sorry, burp. And then some birds use their beaks specifically to crack bone. Some of them use them to crack seeds. Some of them to crack wood. Some of them are just there to catch fish, like the pelicans, that they have like the top one and then the bottom beak is like this, but they have like this big thing, like this big membrane to catch all the fish. And then they have like the... yeah, something like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to birds. Just focus on the beak, but the majority of cases, it's a drop shape, followed by a goofy neck that's kind of like a C curve almost, or kind of like an S if you start from the top to the bottom like that. If you grab the skull here, make an S, and there you go, you're halfway done. Don't get me wrong, I found this anatomy very interesting and I'm learning a lot. But if that is fine, I think you can look at chat just a little more often. You don't have to, and I'm still interested, but I think you should look at this. Yeah, no problem, it's okay. What are you guys talking about? Do you know how to do birds? One word, bean. Oh wait, that's how birds live, right? Bean. I don't understand. I'm gonna go, be back later. Okay, we'll be waiting for you, Goop. I just updated the clear version. Yeah, back in 8 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's no problem. Welcome to understand. The short version has 2 Use beating the original. What did I see on the paper? What? And snap fingers on accident. Yeah, malicious dog, blue fandom. Yeah, blue fandom. Yeah, I'm going for the duck anatomy now. Yeah, it's a dog show. Whoops. It's not crashing. Do you guys approve of baked potatoes? Man, do you imagine the anatomy of potatoes? Blue is definitely a cat. Oh jeez. A hug would be nice, but I'll hug my flower with your eyes. If you hug a flower with your eyes, they will not crash, and that's beautiful. And the rattlesnake, I said I wish I had hands. If I could hug you like them. Well, technically, snakes hug. They're professional huggers. Way too much. We could learn a few things from snakes. Shrek's hotel, what? Nah, I don't wanna chase on. Explaining dogs. More like explaining quadrupeds. Because I just learned, because I didn't learn this before, that the structure is really similar for a bunch of people. I mean, a bunch of animals. And I also found a pig skeleton structure when I was looking around. And they also have a similar structure, but it's kind of like a mixture because it's like horses, but smaller legs. But it is the same similar structure. Which, imagine hogs, it's one of the reasons why they sprint and hit really hard. Like, they're meant to sprint. Oh god. Mosquitoes, ugh. Still stuck on 12 likes. Yeah, it's okay. It's yummy, has most calories take. Yum. What? Horse. You have a present. Why are you getting bacon in the fridge? Bacon from the fridge. How is this so good at drawing being smart? I mean, it's kinda... I don't know, I'm not really being smart about it. I'm just looking at the real life anatomy, and from there, we simplify. That's pretty much what you have to do with everything you do when it comes to art. You see the complexity of life, and then you distill it. And make it simple for other people to understand. And because art is such a language, that you are able to grab complex things and then make complex feelings with simple shapes, is what makes us artists. We're illusionists. We're kind of like prestidigitationing emotions and feelings with, you know, the complexity, make it simple, but also make it mean something. Not always. You don't always need your art pieces to mean anything at all. It could just be for fun or pleasure. It's like, oh, look how pretty this is, blah, blah. Some people read way too much into it. But yeah, one of the biggest assets any artist can have is observation. You study the structure, and then you grab all of that complexity, all these bones and everything, make them simple, use simple shapes, and then make something like this. But yeah, like this duck, now that we understand the anatomy of it, we have the S curve, the drop. Let's see the rib cage structure. It's very small. Look at that. It's super small. Probably just a circle. So we can have like the rib cage here, and everything else is just fluff. Of course, we have the wing, which kind of covers everything. It's kind of like a coat. It covers everything. And then we have this organ I didn't know birds had. This thing, this sac, which I assume is either the lungs or how they start like singing around, like woo, woo, like. And if you notice, when birds sing, this thing like puffs up a little, and then they are able to do their various songs. So yeah, this guy could have one, so we can make like a big pouch here where the sound song would come out. The same thing with the birds. You just give them a little bit of a bulge in the front. And now for the leg bones, we already know that there's like a slanted triangular structure here, but now let's see, it bends forward then back. So it bends forward here, or it bends forward here, then goes back here, and then goes down. So it's a zigzag, but in a different way. Oh, you see? There it is. They're kind of almost sitting down. This silly zigzag. And it's well hidden too, see? Zigzag. And this is where most of the drumstick will be. And then you have the leg. This is where the drumstick is in the bird. So yeah. But yeah, just go for the structure of everything and simplify things. So it's not that I'm smart or anything, it's just observation. And when you have observed enough, you will remember this, and you will have a library in your mind on how to draw these things, or at least an analog. And whenever someone asks you to draw something similar, you will have the ability to bring all those memories back and combine things with something else. Again, the abomination to our right is a mixture of human anatomy with bird anatomy. And I do have human anatomy already selected here. You know, muscle structure, this is really good. It's a simplification of the muscle groups. This is all you'll need to know, and mix it up with the bone structure. And once you kind of know where everything is, and you see the loose ribs that I told you about, there's like 2 extra ribs just holding your back, your bottom back. You can combine this with that, and there you go. Of course, in your own style, you don't always have to. Like, for example, I also brought in examples of the Hulk. Like, the muscles are very exaggerated, but in this case and that case are shaded very differently. But they share similar muscle groups, and maybe they even have some added muscle groups. Like, look at all these muscles in the back. Some of them are not real, but some of them are real, so long as it doesn't look bad. Also, look at this forearm. It's way too big. But again, who cares? The whole point of the Hulk is that he smashes things. It's part of the shape language. When it comes to that sort of thing, you kind of have to ignore reality and focus a lot more on the idea that these gloves are meant to be bulky things to destroy things with. Shape language in cartoon style kind of overrule reality sometimes. So it really depends on what you're doing. But that, again, that's character design. I'm getting way ahead of myself. It's just that everything is connected to itself. You see, like, the neck of the Hulk, our necks have muscles. You see, these muscles that go from top to bottom, and these ones in the front that connect our front necks. So the Hulk has these, yes. But he also has the exaggerated shoulder muscles here. That makes the head look really small. And everything else look big. Because our heads are mostly bone rather than muscle. So it wouldn't make sense to bulge up his facial features. So we can have tiny head, big burling body, to signify overwhelming strength. Again, shape language. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me keep reading your comments. Pumpkin Panic is kind of horror game. Pumpkin Panic. I'll see. The string, because this is teaching us how to train a dog. How to train your dog skeleton. If you want to live stream it, I was talking about human or anime characters. Can I suggest a game to play? Yeah, I made a form for that. If you're a person like can you use that light goal? Which one? Hang on. I could use it, if we reach the goal. But let me refresh it. Let me refresh it and see if we already made the goal. If not, then I don't think we can use it yet. Let's see. Refresh. We are at 14. Use it. We're at 14. Let's see what the original light goal was 20. So we're still, yeah, we're on our way. Okay, let's see. I think I'm up to date. So let's go down. Oh, hello, Galaxy Whisper. Welcome in. Happy to have ya. Okay, let's read the new ones. I know how to draw a duck. A stretched circle with a stretched circle and beak. Yeah. Yeah, hello, Galaxy. Welcome in. Alright, yeah. So I think when it comes to animal anatomy, birds are different structure, different idea, different quirks. Again, I did not know about this. We're learning together. And now we can combine it with human anatomy, which is a curse. And now we kind of understand human anatomy when we look at all of the different types of muscles. Oh, peach caramel vla. Nice. You know, I'm really happy when I get to have a sundae that is, you know, the vanilla ice cream, but also with caramel. Oh, yes. I think it's like on McDonald's or whatever. Well, in any case, you know, just give me vanilla ice cream with the caramel and I am so happy. That or the... oh, what is it? The Frosty in Wendy's. Ooh, boy, baby, I could go for some of that. I wonder if they sell caramel, because I have vanilla ice cream on my fridge, but I don't have that melted caramel that they add. It's not really like, it's like a syrupy caramel, but it's not syrup. I'd buy that. I'd buy that and put it on the ice cream, and that would be like my go-to dessert from here on out. God, that sounds really good. Okay, so I think we have a few things down, and we are at 2 hours and 22. That's pretty good. So I'm gonna put that away and then move on to other fundamentals that we can make. Things with, let's see the list. No, that's something else. Where did I put that? No, these are memes. Yeah, these are memes. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So we more or less talked about this. Some of these things are things that we can cover on the fundamental aspects. Realism versus cartoony, shading and texture, drawing fur, lighting, photography. All of this is part of the fundamentals that we can talk about now. Shading principles, line without lights, we talked about this, but we will still again cover it here on the fundamentals. Shape, language, and characterization also part of this. Muscle skeleton, human, animal anatomy. Yeah, we got it. I think we can move to here. But first, I'm gonna drink some water because I'm thirsty. Let's go. Oh boy. That really hit the spot. And I'm gonna take a bite of this. Yep, this is good. Let me check the music levels while I'm here. Okay, the music's good, okay. It's just that I didn't have my headphones on, so I couldn't tell for this whole time. I got too deep in the weeds of it. But yeah, I want to make a series for the fundamentals. And we can start one by one with these. And the thing is that all of these are extremely big. But that's the point, right? The point of learning the fundamentals is that you can learn how to draw literally anything. In any style, in any way that you can. This is like the principles of your entire artistic journey. Even when working on other mediums. The brushes are a little bigger. I think I accidentally deleted what I wanted to put here, which was medium. Oops, hang on. The thing about this is that I found it on the browser, right, when I was looking for the fundamentals, and it said brush texture. But I'm like, yeah, but not all mediums use brushes, for example, sculpting. And I feel that some of these fundamentals apply to sculpting too, and engraving, and, you know, any form of art. So I figured that texture would be the better way to say it, because the whole thing about brushes is the texture that they have. And a translation of that into the real world would be the medium that you're using. Because you don't have brush strokes in pencil, but you do have pencil strokes, and you have graphite, which has a very particular way that it spreads across the page. Let's see. All the doom scrollers are the ones probably seeing it. No, yeah, but again, you did a really good intro. It's simple. It's very simple. But that's often all you need to present the possibility of an entire series. And I like what you added at the end, the mysterious character. Just pondering with the mysterious object. And all the other characters are very different from it. Again, it's a really good teaser intro. Really good start for it. Of course, the idea is that you add more and become more sophisticated with the animation, but for a teaser, I like it. It's really good. You're doing really good. Oh man, this pear is really good. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me just grab a little bit more water. By the time that I drank water, the water was already warm. Also, what do you think of the new channel banner? I haven't seen it yet. Again, I'm still here with you guys, figuring out what projects I'm going to make for the future. So I'll check it out later and I'll post. I'll write it down. Oh my god, my back. Hang on. I gotta stretch. Ow, 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 ow. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back. Getting some water. Getting some water so that I can drink what I want to hold. I almost ran out of water. And I'm kind of hungry, but I'm also craving popcorn. But I don't have the time to do popcorn, sadly, oh God. Or what? Yeah, that is fine. So, I feel a little hungry. That's some cereal, ready? Baby, baby. Tell me, baby, one more time. Under the sea. Under the sea. Oh, I left my cup here. Go back. La 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 la. I am all silly, I am all happy, oh wait, while I'm away from the keyboard, I should definitely just be like, I'll be right back. Okay. La 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 la. I am hungry. I am hungry. So it turns out that every 2 hours I get hungry. Or that's the normal thing that happens in the body of a human. Yes, there is. I require some mercy. Gotta make more, 'cause body's hungry. La 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 la. So, I'd be thinking, isn't it weird that you're drinking water and milk with cereal at the same time? And I say to that, whipped toes. Ow, ow, ow. Jeez, my lower back. If it was the medieval times, you'd definitely be a jester. That's what I was thinking, right? I'd be the royal jester with a Twitch channel. Medieval times with internet. That would be horrible. Okay, let me change the disclaimer. There we go. Yeah, a little snacky break. Because I'm feeling a little famished. Let me put that away. This is birds. Let's reorganize ourselves. Put that on top. Equine, human, canine folders are Well organized there. We got him. So in the meantime, I'm gonna look for some reference pictures for composition. Composition is so expensive. It's pretty much what... Do y'all remember, if you guys watch my desktop tutorial, well, not tutorials, my desktop art streams, we always start with a thumbnail, which is pretty much like the rectangle, and then we make some simple shapes in it to kind of identify the composition. And I have some examples that I just found. Let me show you. You have some simple shapes in a thumbnail. We've talked about this too. A high horizon, a low horizon, multiple horizons. Well, there's one horizon which is the main one, but then there's like multiple layers. And then other simple shapes that can translate, like maybe this is just taking a picture of a giant cloud that's on top of you. Maybe we can even add a character and add some triangular composition of things looking down at you, or you looking down at something. In any case, all good compositions begin with a simple idea of what the picture is going to be like, where the elements are going to be, and the balance of the picture. You don't want one side too charged. Like this L shape, I feel this L shape is a little bit out of balance going this way, but it's not always bad, because for example, this could be a door. Like if, let me make the brush a little smaller, and like imagine this is a doorway and the thing that's dropping here is the shadow. No, wait, the light. The shadow would be everything else, like the atmosphere is dark. I'm using a mouse. But everything is dark, and this is like an open door, and the light is coming in. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Or maybe this is, let's see. Yeah, we can make it like a 3D shape. But we can see the top, so we'll have to make it 3D. Make it more expensive. And then it feels like something else in the back could be here in the background, and that could be another composition, like there's a close-up of something and there's like a far away thing, and maybe we can add a horizon line somewhere, but the camera's look is up looking down, kind of like a security camera angle almost. Again, the whole idea of composition is that everything is well balanced, starting out with simple shapes, and then you start adding all the details. It's basically planning out the stage of a theater play. I've been listening to The Artist for the last 2 weeks. I'm not sure if you know him. Jack Salad. 𝐜𝐡𝐨𝐫𝐭. He's an amazing artist who is popular for his 80s style, synthwave, weirdcore vibe. No, I've never heard of him. Hang on. Let me copy this. Jack Stout. Oh, but that's this is a musician, right? Or okay, let me see. Oh wait, no. I think I've seen this. I mean, I've seen this style, but I haven't seen these. What is this? It feels familiar. Yeah, I've definitely seen this art style, but not these videos. Oh my god, the Benny Worm. I've seen Benny Worm, yes. But I think that's the only thing I've seen. So he does music videos. Interesting. But yeah, I don't think I've seen anything else. I've only seen Benny Worm. Yeah, wow, it's very surreal. Oh, and the milk thing, I think, where it's oh, was it? I think he did that for Adult Swim, or he did something for Adult Swim. I don't remember. That oh, no, he went like to a supermarket and he met people. God. Yeah, I'll need to revisit because I think this is like down memory lane thing. This is really good. Good call out, good shout out. Didn't know the English word. Yeah. Oh, we got a we got an announcement that I didn't notice. Oh, by the way, hello Terrence! Welcome in! Just having a little bit of a snack break. We were talking about composition. We're going through the... What is it? Yeah, here it is. The fundamentals of art. Very simple, very basic, but also complicated. But yeah, I was a little hungry, so I'm taking a little bit of a snack break. Which I'm not doing a really good job at, because I'm still talking. Yeah, I'll finish this and we can continue. Oh yeah, I will go back and listen to him. Because I love his... I used to love Benny Worm. And there's also that other one that I forgot the name of. Yeah, I forgot. But I have listened to his music. Okay, I'm almost done. Give me a sec. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Wanted to make sure. I normally am more prepared than this. Okay, let's turn this off. And let's continue. I think I'll go for a moment. Okay, Waffles, no worries. Oh, wow, that really hit the spot. Again, I'm more prepared than this, but I woke up literally an hour before starting the stream, and man, that's messed up. Also, man, yesterday I got scared because I have like the type of hair that's a little bit curly, but it becomes like a very compacted afro eventually, and it does not look good. So I was going to cut my hair with like the machine and going kind of like a sheep herder. But I saw that the lights were blinking again, and y'all remember the last time we did an art stream that I ended up having to cancel because there was no light suddenly. I got so scared that I was gonna be halfway cutting my hair, and that would have been awful. But no, everything is fine. I'm fine. Some people say that after I cut my hair, I look like a bunch of years younger, and I'm like, oh, well, that's great. I might look like a teenager. It's got both advantages and disadvantages like anything. Anywho, well, let's continue. So we were going on composition. One of the big things on composition is just balancing the piece, but because the canvas can come in multiple shapes and sizes, we can have different ideas on how to balance it. Normally we have rectangles and squares, and so we balance things like this. Big thing versus other big thing, and then small things, and there you go, the piece is well balanced. Composition also concerns of where your eye travels. Like, hopefully your eyes go first to where you want them to go, and then from there they move on to something else. Like, for example, we see the face and what it's doing, and then we probably see the next shinier thing, and then we look at the tiny people, and then back, and we make a cycle, a loop of where people can get intrigued with. This is one of the main key core components of visual arts, which has you look at all the details of an art piece and then loop back and kind of see all the other, you know, eye traveling across the page and looping back and then doing it all over again. One of the big things that we see also is that we focus a lot on faces and expressions. Whatever's happening, we like to see where the hands are and where the face is, and maybe where the feet are too. So when we see these two characters, we notice that one of them is kind of like talking. He has like his hand extended, and they're looking at each other. Even though we can't see the face exactly, we kind of see the gesture of, oh, he's looking this way because of the, you know, lighter tone. We can see this is skin, and this guy is fully dark, so he's just looking forward into the sea. Not necessarily looking at her either, he's just looking forward. So it gives us a lot more questions. Why are they so relaxed when there's like a giant woman outside of this very simple room? And also the simple composition of there's just a giant rock and a place that's empty. I don't know, it gives us simplicity that in other cases would not exist. Also, hello Alex Rose, welcome in. Welcome in. We're working on the fundamentals of art. With these fundamentals, you can pretty much do anything you put your mind into. And I'm going one by one, explaining them in simple terms so anyone can understand them. And this footage, I will use it to make shorts about them. I'm gonna try and be as good a teacher as I can. But yeah, composition is one of the first things you should understand, because it's the first thing we should do. We make simple models to plan out what is it that we're gonna do at all. Like, we have the theme, like, oh man, I want to make a dog. But it's like, okay, what's the duck doing and where are they? What's the setting? And if you have ever taken a script writing class, one of the first things you write is if it's an exterior shot, if it's an interior shot, and the time of day. If it's not necessarily exact time, but you know, noon, bright day, or afternoon, dark, or nighttime, you know. But mostly it's just day or night, period. It's very simple. And with that idea, you can plan out where the light hits, what angle does it hit, what type of color, because the more nighttime it is, the more reds and oranges you'll get. That's just physics. And the closer it is to an afternoon, the bluer it is. And that's the nature of light. But we'll get that when we go into color. The point is that now we gotta figure out the basic shape. And from there, we can start putting in the details. That's in a nutshell what composition is all about. The balancing in animation, actually, you can also call it staging, because one of the 12 principles of animation is staging. And staging is similar to this, but it's mostly like, where do you put the props in? Like this giant rock is a prop. You put them here, and the characters are a prop. You put them in a specific area. This woman too, you don't put her 2 in the middle or 2 on the side. You put her exactly where she has to be, so your eye has like this triangular traveling distance to it. You start with the face, you go to the next shinier thing, and then you go to the outlier here, and then you repeat the process. Triangles. You see, this is an invisible composition, staging, design. You design where the eyes go. And there are simple shapes for that. You can arrange people in groups of 3 or groups of 4, but mostly 3. And there you go. Another thing on composition is things like the rule of thirds, for example. Like you divide the piece into 3 equal parts, more or less. And then you kind of plan out where everything goes. This is what's called the rule of thirds. And this works on photography, and this works on painting. But it balances the ratio of where everything is, of what anything should take premise on it. Like you see, like there's a big attention on this lady, and it's pretty much the same size as the rock. So with the rule of thirds, we know now that there is a big distance. Well, there's a similar distance actually. You see, it's peaking a little bit here on the rule of thirds, peaking also a little here on the rule of thirds. But there's like this bottom strength here, and then there's like a part where it's significant. So now you notice that with the rule of thirds, we can see that the piece is perfectly balanced. The middle is free, and then this piece is a painting in of itself in a way. It's kind of isolated in this bottom square. But see, it helps us balance out the piece really nicely. The rule of thirds can also be combined with the Fibonacci spiral, which if I look up for an example, because the Fibonacci spiral can work for composition too. It's not super necessary for everything. It's not something that you have to like master, but it's definitely something that balances things out really well. No, sorry. Fibonacci spiral in art. So I'm getting a lot of art with the Fibonacci sequence, not on the not on the art itself. See, with design. because it also helps us with distance and priorities. You know, this one's interesting, but that's kind of on the nose. Here's one. Here's one that can probably work. These are not, no. I like that one better. It made a little bit more sense, but it was a little bit too much. Thing about the Fibonacci spiral is that it happens a lot in nature, so you can use it for seeds. If you're doing flowers, you can use it for shells, for plants, for galaxies. But when it comes to artistic design, let's see architecture. Yeah, the Fibonacci spiral in architecture, because that's where I've seen it a lot. Yeah, the whole thing on the golden ratio. No, but these are symmetrical. I could use them in any combination. I have seen really good examples of the Fibonacci sequence on buildings. These are not it. Nah, and some of these are AI. Gross. Man, how am I to illustrate my point? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, but these are perfectly symmetrical. Right, sorry about that. Yeah, no, I can't find anything. I think we can skip that one. I'll have to investigate a little bit more and dedicate like a whole afternoon, because the golden ratio does work. But man, all of these are AI, and that's annoying. Yeah, no, forget it. It's all AI. Oh, this one, this is good. This is good. This is good. Okay, it's less of an image. Copy image. Copy image. There we go. It's less of an image specifically, but it's more a composition rule book, which is really good. This is still pretty good, because this helps you balance out the hierarchy of how things should be placed. Let's see. I feel I don't have an artistic bone in my body, but this voice is so nice. It's amazing to just listen to. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying. But you see how it's interpreted? Like, we do have this spiral that is perfectly Fibonacci in terms of its sequence. Like, it spirals outward and it becomes bigger and bigger, and we can see it illustrated though in the shape of boxes. You know, one box is a piece of the other, and then it becomes a little bigger, you see. But this big box is a combination of multiple boxes, and then the same thing happens here. It's a pattern. It's a pattern that goes outward. And it's a really good way to put in a hierarchy of priorities. Like, we can have a really big character here, but we can have a very big character here, and then we can have a horizon line right here, more or less, close to where this is. Maybe a little lower, actually. Let's go down here where it's marked, and then we can have like a light post, a lamp post on the street, and then we can have like another character sitting there. What else can we add? It's singled out, and we can put a light that's perfectly but not too much. So let's keep itself on the rulers. So it's like mostly around here. Same distance from here to here. It's mostly just guidelines. You don't need to be specific or perfect about it. But you see, following these these guides, actually let's make it within the guide. It gives you an idea on how to handle the composition properly. Hell, we can even add the moon here or something, I don't know. Or maybe just the clouds, but let's not get too close to this, so it's kept well balanced. Again, this spiral helps you put like multiple canvases in a single canvas. Where should you put your focus on? Where should you put your eyes on? The same thing here. Same idea, but only with the boxes. And now you have like these lines. If we move our drawing to another, see, look at that. It also works out. If we move it to another, it also works out. Yeah, there it is. See, let's put circle with circle here. There you go. And the same thing here. And the same thing more or less here. And we have a hierarchy too. We have an invisible shape of a triangle. We have the person looking at the other person. Then there's the lamppost, and we have this. So we have an invisible shape on where the eye is traveling. Again, composition also has a lot to do with where the eyes move. Let's go into this one too. Well designed, well aligned. And then we move it also to the rule of thirds. And it works out too. We have a cloud isolated here with the head, but everything else here would be pretty much almost half the page. So you're like almost here. We have a dude or a person, whatever. And then here isolated, we have the other person just standing there along with the horizon line that is below the recommended standard, which would be up here. But it's down here, so now the camera is a little bit more personal, like angled in a way that we can see this character and where they're standing on. So you see, that's pretty much the basics of composition. I feel we have this one down. And I'm gonna keep these guides. Actually, I might also keep... Yeah, I'm gonna keep this and I'm gonna use a new one for... composition. I'm gonna grab these images. Okay, there's nothing here, so I'm gonna move that here. Actually, I'm gonna take this one off. Because that's different. Yeah, this is composition. Actually, no, composition is staging. What am I doing? It's just that I guess I moved this in the wrong direction. There it is. Composition is a form of staging. So all of this should be together. Yeah, composition. Oh, hello again, Ali. I'm doing good. Just planning out a few things here. I want to do some of these things into video shorts so it can help y'all on your artistic journeys. And the fundamentals are the thing that will help you do literally anything. We already covered animal anatomy, which includes some little bit of of human anatomy, just a little bit, but the fundamentals are that you go look at the skeletal structure and the muscle structure, simplify them, and then make, based on the character design and the personalities, then you make your own deviations, but the structure should be pretty much the same. And speaking about that, form. Form is what we've been talking about this entire time when it comes to the whole animal thing, where we grab the basic structure of whatever it is, and then we simplify it and make it our own. But the idea also is, for example, let's say that I make up a blob, just a random blob. How do you turn this 2D shape into a 3D shape? Let's grab 2 of them. Heck, let's grab 3 of them. Copy paste. Let's grab 3 of them. So let's turn these 2D blobs and give them form. One way to do it, let's make the lines of them with their borders. Like that. And then let's give them that's one way to give that one form. Now let's give this one a different form. Alright. Now let's give this one a different form from the previous 2. No, hang on. We need something a little bit more different. Welcome back, Waffles. Now let's do that differently. Now let's see if we can give it. Let's see if we can give it some shading. more or less where the shading would be. Now let's pretend that the light source is coming from the top here. And now we can distinguish this blobby shape and give it form. And that's all of this, and then all of this would be shaded. And then when it comes to this one, probably would be shaded. It's kind of like a 3D puddle. Or like a wobbly pillow. But you see, the shape is the same. Shape is the same, but we gave them different forms, different perspectives. This one, the drop shadow, will be going this way, and this one, the drop shadow, would be here on the floor. And this one's drop shadow, they wouldn't have one because we're looking from down up. See, form informs of their three-dimensionality, the illusion of them being. Actually, this shadow would go all the way up here too. Yeah, there we go. It informs of their three-dimensionality. It goes beyond the basic shape of, you know, square becomes becomes cube, circle becomes sphere, triangle becomes cone or pyramid. We're also doing it with some complex shapes, and this also comes into the topography. Or in 3D terms, the mesh, the topography of the mesh, the surface. How do I turn this rock into a 3D shape? The idea of grabbing all the details and more or less giving them some dimensionality, some curves that indicate that this thing has parts that are closer to us and parts that are farther away from us, and that they bend and they move around. How the grid stretches, again, the mesh. The mesh. Just say the mesh. And that helps us interpret how we handle light hitting it straight up. On this part there's nothing because the light is strongest. On this part we have some shading. And on this part we have a lot more shading. But it's because we understand the form of it. so you can sort of see it from far away. And you can do this exercise often by doing more blobby shapes or studying sculpture. Like if you grab like a piece of clay and you start handling it with your hands, and then you can actually draw and study how a blobby shape is 3D, or how putting an indent to make a little hole on it, or how that hole does a little bit of a mountain on the other side that bulges out instead of bulging in. We can put one on the back here. Again, this is all giving three-dimensionality to otherwise flat shapes. It's the illusion of 3D. Hey, if you do another stream, could you try and play Bad Parenting? I put on the, if you go into my profile on the posts, I put in something where you can suggest games if you want. But today we're going through the fundamentals to do video about art stuffs. Yeah. So in a way, this is what I understand for now form is, but I'll need to investigate a little bit more. Let's see, form in art. A form is an artist's way of using elements of art. Principles of design and media. Form as an element of art is three-dimensional and encloses space. Like a shape, a form has length and width, but also has depth. Exactly. Let's take some examples. Ah, here it is. Yeah, all of this. All of this. Oh yeah, all the examples of form have a lot to do with the basic shapes of cube, sphere, and cone. And it's really common and popular on still life. Let me show you this example. Another word for it, as this website called it, is modeling. You see, how do you interpret depth? By using shading in a specific way, which is something else within the fundamentals, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, values, lighting, these are all connected. Also textures, yes. But form is more of the basic topographical anatomical structure of the objects. But not just this. Let me see if I can find something a little bit different. Because it's the idea of selling that things have height, width, and depth. Things are behind things. Things are, you know, that feels solid. How can you make a pillow feel soft, and how can you make a bowling ball feel tough and brittle? Although even though that's imitating materials, kind of like with textures and shading, it also works out to let us know if something is far off, soft. Oh, this is another one. A solid shape can help distinguish one thing from something else. Even though they have the similar tones like this, you can kind of tell where the surfaces are and what kind of thing this is. Like these really sharp corners that you could almost cut yourself on them if you fell on them too hard. Like, this is form. It shows the solidity of objects, not necessarily texture, because you can make objects look wet or dry or brittle or strong or smooth. The idea is, though, the basic of it, the basic structure of it. Texture comes after you figure out the form and solidified it with some really good shading. Oh, here's another good example. This is also why I think sculpting is a really good skill to develop when figuring out form, because you do it with your hands, see? And drawing sculptures also lets you understand this idea of three-dimensionality. Like, look at these pieces, the way they're shaded, even though they're really smooth and soft, you can tell that there's a bump here. You can tell that there's a curve down here that accommodates this other shape. The same thing with this one. And how do you do that? Well, in the way of shading, of course, but it helps us first understand that it's kind of like this. Like, where does a line curve and move and bend if we break down this structure? Let me move all this all the way up. Yeah, it's kind of like the same thing we were doing. So now the border edge goes here, and then the flat part of it, it's like this. No, it's not a belly, because again it's curved, accommodating this piece, and then it goes back down on the tip, and then it connects back up. And then we make like a 3D horizontal line. This is what I kind of find out that it does. Goes down and back up, and the bump here again, and the bump and the bump, and it goes back up, and then the bump. Something like that. And I feel that this would be like the more or less the shape of it that I can come out of that. Of course, it's wonky, but it's an example of the idea that we're looking for the topography of it. Similar to how we did it on these sketches. Take a shape and then give them the right points of view of them. Again, let's go back to this one. We can give this one form by figuring out, kind of like a sphere, right? You have a sphere, you have vertical, and you have horizontal. And the same thing with the sphere, you kind of know if you turn the sphere on its side, you can do it like this, which is what we do for heads. You know, like where the points cross is more or less where the face is looking. But the same thing here, it's looking forward in front of us here. It's a straight up view. And then we have this as a side view. So now let's grab this piece and make it sideways. Now it's looking in this direction, the same way we did with the face. And this one is looking straight at us. So now how do we do this cross section, but here, and give it some three-dimensionality? First, let's cut it in half. Right in the middle. Just move that here. Let's pretend that's straight. And then here, more or less. We don't need to be super perfect, but... So now, we see that there's a bump here. Let's... got a connection. And I think this part opens up a little bit. It's kind of like an armpit. so it spreads out, and then this one connects to this, and then this one might connect to that. This one might connect with this one actually, but then it becomes a part of this one, and then we can make something like this. Then we can start having that one connect with that lump, but then we make a little curve because now this connects with that, and this starts to spread open and connect with that. And that's more or less the topography that we can use, and we are going to use this guide for this one. So now we're going to have to give it some three-dimensionality. This is flat right now. Again, remember that these lines are the middle line of the whole thing, so I'm giving it some thickness moving back and forth. Maybe there's like a little dent here, and then it bulges outward, then it connects back to this. Then we can delete this part of the line because it's backwards, it's on the back of this thing, we can't see it. The same thing with this part, we can't see it anymore, but we can see this, we can't see this on the other side, and we can't see this, it's on the other side, but we can't see this, which is in front of us. There we go. And now we do the same thing, but horizontally. We begin here. We figure out the curvature based on the bumps. We make sure that these lines are an equivalent of a cross like this. So on this part it should be more or less straightened out, and then we can start doing a little bit more curve to the other parts like that. Yeah, like we're not gonna do this because that just doesn't work, like, you know, a sideways like that and then it suddenly straightens out. We do like a circle here because you see that this part, this middle part sort of bends here and connects back up there. Well, this is the end of it, you know, this is where more or less like a face would be. So we're going to start the circle from here, imagining that the circles are perfect circles, or at least as much as this topography can allow, so we can, you know, more or less try to put the right curve where it belongs. The same thing here, but we can't see the full circle, so we're just going to have to do it like this. And opening it up more because we have to conform this part. So see, now we have a similar thing to the flat one that's looking forward, but now it's looking on the side like a sphere would in this way. You see? So more or less, this is the idea of form. It helps you understand, like if you put a face, actually no, yeah, like if we invent a face, like maybe let's pretend this is like a baboon or something, or an alien, like we start to figure out the facial structure of this creature. We don't do any details first, we just think of these shapes. This is where the eyes would be. More or less we can enclose it here. Then you see, now we make this even. There's like a little bump here, so that bump should also exist here. So we plan it out too. At first it was too smooth for it. And there's a curve here, so let's give it a curve here too. Now this is uneven. So let's finish this one. See, now it has a bump. Let's delete this. So this bump matches this bump. So it's symmetrical in that way. And now the nose should be more of its own shape that is similar in both areas. See, so now we make it into a shape that is in both areas the same. The same thing here. Now you see, I made a little dent here, so there should be a little bit of a dent here too. So that way that connects with that. And on the other side, making it a little bit more symmetrical, maybe more open. Because you notice that there is this little angle here where it should be here where we can't see it, but we can see it when we amplify it a little bit, which helps us understand that the center of the nose should tell you that the center of the mouth should be here. Let's delete that. Let's put it there, and then the other part of the nose might be stretching a little bit farther away. There we go. And then we can more or less complete. See? And now we think about this dent that we have here. We should put it on the other side too. Thinking about it, maybe there's like a little bump like that. But that's pretty much all we can see. Let's keep making middle lines to plan out this creature. And then a center line for the head. More or less where the ears connect is where normally the real center of our human head is. We can also do it the same though with this, using this line, connecting it. And we can go down here. Do the same thing with this line as a reference and separate one thing from another. Continue with the middle line here. We're kind of like building muscle, but also with the reference lines like that. And then the middle line goes through the eyes as well. And then the head is split in the middle. Now if we are to make the ears, now if we are to make like a lighting test, we can know where the light's gonna fall onto. You see? This is basically the idea of forms. Understanding 3D and executing it, practicing the actual topography of the shapes. And you can test it out with multiple exercises. You can look it up online. But I think this is a really good example of what we could be doing when it comes to form. Okay. I think this one works for form. Composition. There we are. Now we have, oh boy, perspective. Anton Ego's favorite, huh? Perspective is a little bit tricky because now that we have the form, we need to put them on the composition that we put in. So it's kind of like combining composition and form, and now we have perspective. It literally is a boing boing and there it is. It's a combination because you have, let's say, let's go simple. You have a cube, and then you have a composition, you know, like a horizon line like this. And you understand also the forms, so you can make like this ground look a little bit jagged and stuff. You can even put up a rock in the composition, so that way it's all well balanced. Let's make that like a thing, and let's put in like a fluffy cloud or something. There we go. See, that's the picture. But now we want to give it some perspective. Like we have the form, like, oh yeah, there's the rock. Let's break the rock in the middle. Let's give it some of that, and like a grid. Oh yeah, we understand the anatomy of the rock. It looks 3D and whatever, and the cube is a cube, but it's looking in front of us. But now we're going to get this magical thing called a vanishing point. Yo, Thorn, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. You just made it. We're just talking about the fundamentals, and we're slowly tackling them one-on-one, so then we can make a pretty good idea on how to handle them in the tutorial. I put a line for each part that this thing connects into, like the top of the rock, the side of the rock, the bottom. It's kind of like following the form line, but of course this one's for the ground, so we have like a connection from here to here, more or less. Let's bring it up there. It's like the limit of it, and then we go here, we go here, here. That's more or less that. Yeah, there we are. And the same thing goes here. Like, of course, the thing about it is that the cube is looking right at us, so we won't be able to see anything. But we would if we were to turn. Let's grab a different color for that. There we go. So now we turn the canvas a little bit to the side. And now the vanishing point is a lot more different. So we have the same cube, but now we're looking at it from the side. So you gotta remember, the cube is a square in every corner, so let's just make it a little bit more pear. There we go. And so when the vanishing point hits the rock, let's imagine that the vanishing point, now it's way over here. We grab this, control paste, and then we drag it here. Control paste, and we drag it here. Control paste, and we grab it and put it down here. As you can see, it's not perfect as it should be. I was pretty close though. But the proper cube would have been a little bit higher here. It would be a little bit higher, connecting here and here. And connecting, deleting this, connecting here and here. But you see, the vanishing point helps me understand how things should bend up. Because perspective skewers our view of things just a little bit. You see, same view, different angle. The same thing with the rock. Again, the part of form comes in handy because now we have to see the rock from a different point of view. The rock has like a surface here, so we you see, it's all a combination of concepts. See, more or less you have the same idea. And the ground also has a similar thing. Like we had a little bit of a mount here. So maybe the ground here in this part is uneven. There's more rocks. And the horizon was a hill, so we get a little bit of a curvy one there, and one that becomes this mountain. For us, it would be like this, and in this perspective, it would be like this. You see? Same hill, but different perspective, different point of view. And we can see a lot of this if we go on like a 3D software blender, and we get to see how things bend around. Let's say you want to figure out, let me actually look up a reference because that will be a lot easier to show you guys. This is one of the more useful things you can have after you learn how the form functions. Wait, hold on, is this? I'm a little bit scared that this is AI. Hang on. Let me look for something else. Yeah, there we go. This is a little bit more what I want. Copy image. Paste image. Make that a little bigger. So in here you have the vanishing point. Oops. There we go. So you have the vanishing point. And then these lines stretch all the way out to show you where these parts of the building connect. That will make the building actually feel not only like a solid structure, but a solid structure in space with the right dimensions. Of course, this one would be a little bit lower. It would go down. But now the question is, how do you do this other line? Well, it's easy. There's another vanishing point down here. Just follow that. And now you do the same thing here. It should be the same angle as this one, so let me try and get it right. There we go. Oh god, that's a little much, isn't it? No. It should be the same angle. It's just that this is really extreme. Like, let's take the one from the street down here. And let's flip it. Yeah. That's more or less the idea. Yeah, there we go. I like that. So now we do it like this, sort of. And this will be our second vanishing point. And now we can not only figure out this part of the face, but now this other part of the face. You know, phase 1, phase 2. That is if we were isolating this building, of course. This thing also has a different building, but we can follow the same idea. Let's say the building ends here. Continues this vanishing point, and this one goes back to this vanishing point. And then we can put up like a straight line. Let's make the straight line a little bit longer, just as a reference, because now with this line we can define how big the building is. Like, we can just make it a wall, or we can make it a really long big building. Let's delete this, we don't need it. But now we can make it like a really big building, or a really small wall, or an average sized building similar to the first one we saw, or just this really long thing. Or maybe it ends here and then there's a hallway. And now we grab, we can delete this and this, because it's a hallway. See? But then how do we make the top side and the bottom side? Easy. Grab the corner and go to the first vanishing point, bloop, and then from the vanishing point, bloop, and then delete the excess. See? There you go. You have a hallway, and you have a perfectly cut thing going on here. See? And perspective works out. Let me delete this. We don't need that. This is just a reference. But we can use this also on more curved perspectives. This is in a way, the form of space. If that's a funny way that you can visualize it. Let's see. Oh, here's one that we can use as a guide to more or less plan out what we're doing here. This is pretty good. Like, imagine we're making a road. We always have a horizon line, by the way. The vanishing point will always connect to the to the horizon line. Horizon line. And from there, the vanishing points will pop out. Of course, a vanishing point can also be very much below or high up. Like if we make a vanishing point down here and we connect it to this, now the building would be a little bit different. You see, now the building is being seen from the top. You see how perspective changes everything, and with different vanishing points? Let's fix this. But yeah, different vanishing points change the entire thing. My god. Please, the right brush. See, now the building is completely different. And this one goes here. This one goes here. No, wait, that's the other. Yeah, that's the other side. That one connects to the middle one, which is this one. That is if we wanted to make like a camera go down up, which is kind of like what's happening here. We have the vanishing point in the middle. And now every line going out will connect to it, including the corner ones. Even though the buildings are completely different. Also, hello, 𝐜𝐴𝐿. Welcome in. Happy to have you. It does? Oh, man. And here we have the eluding vanishing point. It brings about destruction, and nothing is saved. Yeah, when I'm more relaxed and chill, it's what I tend to sound like. But yeah. But you see, that's the magic of the vanishing point and the horizon line. In combination, you can pretty much design everything. But of course, you can have 3, 2 vanishing points. It makes things a little bit more complicated, but it helps. It really does. There is another example that I want to show you, which is a curved vanishing point. Let's see, a curved perspective. Ah, there it is. The more vanishing points you have, the more curved it becomes. And there is a way that you can use 4-point perspective. Oh man, but the closer they are, the more warped the image becomes, to the point that it's just a little bit messy. So let me show you what I mean by that. Ah, there it is. Okay, this one's 3 vanishing points. Copy image. Paste image. This is more of what I was trying to do. 3-point vanishing points. And then we have 4 vanishing points, which is pretty chaotic. Copy image. We're taking form, and we're taking composition, and we're giving those two a space to work with. A 3D composition, which would mean just the stage, and then we have the form, which is the shapes that are in the composition, putting them in space. I am so confused playing Pokemon Let's Go, and one person said they give me a character when I have 5 Pokemon that I have. Well, I don't know anything about that. You'll have to figure that out, and then let us know how it goes. But you see how everything curves around? It's the same thing we were doing with the forms, but we're doing it to space, and normally space is very evenly bent. But of course, depending on where we're standing, everything looks warped. Like, look at these rectangular things. These are technically cubes, but they're so skewered in a different perspective that we think of them in a different shape. But everything is even. But you see how the shape changes in position? All of this depends on its perspective. The same thing with this building. The camera's high up. Imagine you're like in a helicopter, you're looking at the building, and these will be the point perspectives you're going to be using. And if you're from a perfectly straight bird's eye view looking at the buildings down, this will be the perspective you will see the buildings at. And let's imagine that this is exactly this. Like, we're not looking at them from the front, we're looking at them from above. Like, imagine this building, this is the side, this is the roof, these are the roofs, and this is like the main road. Like, we can actually draw the main road. We can follow one of these lines and make that one of the main roads. more or less. Yeah, this is what the road would look like, a little. Little bulging out, and then the street lines in the middle. Maybe a flagpole or a light in the middle like that, and the cars would be also warped. If it bends around, it would bend back into the horizon line. You see, it's a little funky, but yeah. This is how the 4-point perspective works. Taking the form and taking the composition or the staging and giving it like understanding space. It's what perspective is all about. It's 4:37. We have 30 more minutes. We already took on anatomy. In a way, again, anatomy, you don't need to be perfect about it, but you should understand how the mechanics of it works. It's kind of like a robot. You know where the joints are, so you put a ball where an elbow would be, or where the shoulder would be, because it's where everything, you know, circles around and pivots. Then you have things like the rib cage, which hold things together, so you make like a little circle or a little box. And when you're doing human anatomy, you want to make a character like an anime or something, you start with kind of like the basic shapes. And a little bit of the curvature of the body based on the spine. You don't need to be perfect on where the body parts are, but you have to be kind of on the nose on where the proportions should be. Again, we're giving it form, we're giving it some shapes, some solid shapes. More or less the sides of the head are flattened, but the front is curved. And now we can finally talk about the different styles that people do anatomy, which differ from style to style. Because you have anime, sure, but you also have how a head is actually designed. Different styles have different anatomy styles, but they take away from the same mold, which is obviously the human skeleton, the human muscles. And in here, it really depends on the style of art you want to focus on. If you want to learn how to draw anime, then you'll have to look at anime artists and see how they resolve the human body based on the reality of where the muscles are versus what's more useful. Because here's the kicker too. Anatomy is one thing, but the way you design a character, that will depend on what it's used for. If it's for animation, the characters are often a lot simpler. If you see anime characters, they are like from the side, and you see like their chin and stuff. They're often like this. Their mouths just wag up and down, but the chin and the lower lip do not move. Why is that? It's so they don't have to animate everything, and it's cost effective. You only have to animate the mouth. It's kind of annoying when it comes to accuracy, but it's really good and cheap when doing it for animation that doesn't pay very much. Thank you, anime industry. But of course, this C shape should not be something that you learn. It should be something that should be a little bit unlearned, and people should opt more for maybe something like this. But they will need to move the whole, you know, like the whole thing. They will need to make the jaw go up and down, and it will involve a little bit of extra effort, but it will be worth it. Not for the sake of realism. Again, it really depends on the style of the show. If this is what you like, for example, if we are in a very cartoony style world and they're like talking, like, it doesn't really matter, right? Because they're cartoons. It's like a, you know, it's stylized. We don't have to obey all the laws of physics when we're doing like a cartoony character going blah 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 blah. But on more realistic things like the human body, it really depends on what you're doing. And you shouldn't confuse that the anime style that you see in anime is like the legitimate way to do human anatomy for posters. Because again, posters and animations are different. Illustration is not the same as animation. Animation characters are simple. But on illustrations, the characters can be... Hey, hang on. I misspelled that. Simple designs, and these can be actually not complex is not the right word. Detailed design. Simple design, detailed design. Animation is simple designed, again, to save man hours of doing things that nobody will ever notice, because again, it's just a few seconds of animation. But I would argue that anime should benefit more on doing it the right way like this, because most anime is just talking to save on animation. Which, doing a little bit of this, I don't think it would add a few extra hours, but again, I don't know. If you want something different, then you might as well just draw them facing forward and then move the mouth a bunch. And that will give you maybe the complexity without having to move much, because also the chin still moves up and down when you talk. Still like yap, yap, yap. But it's a lot less than doing this on the side. Again, it depends on your style. Which also involves, if we're talking anatomy versus anime and something a little bit more closer to Western style comics, which is closer to realism. It depends on how you do the anatomical structure of the face. Because anime is really chin pointy, and the West is a little bit more square chinned, which neither of them are better or worse. Like, it really doesn't matter. What matters is the feeling they invoke to the viewer. Like, it's more boxy, it's more squared. They have like the chin bones here. A little bit more on the... Not that anime doesn't do this, but it's less frequent. And often anime doesn't do a lot of wrinkles and stuff, and it's really rare. Everyone within anime and manga, there are different anatomy styles. Exactly. Because I noticed that Royal asked me that what they wanted to know on anatomy was anime style, but it's like, well, it's just that it's so nuanced. Everything we've talked about until now is involved in the process. It's not something that I can just say like, oh, okay, let's just jump into it. And we could, but this is where the fundamentals should not be neglected. You know, we shouldn't just jump and then say, oh, it'll magically work out. It's like, no, there's a lot that goes into it that is just beyond, let's just simply go and make an anime girl with big cat ears or something. Like, what kind of cat ears? What kind of shape? Do you want them from the side with a little bit of tufts of fur? Or do you want them looking forward like this, but still they have a little bit of a bend? See? Again, form. And then it bends inward and then goes out, and then the tufts are not like this, yeah. It's like, okay, let's just try and imitate like a little fluffy hair, thinking about the form, right? So one thing on top of another, layering the colors. Like if there's a spot, it would curve because this is part of the form of it. And then it will curve here, and then we can like color it. Again, this is just an example. But knowing the form, again, this is me planning it. And then this curves around within. It's kind of like your own ear, that it folds. So it shouldn't be straight like this. This curve is a little bit extreme. Let's go around, and then it will go up, and then it would bend like this. See, it goes like this, inner ear, outer ear, and then it bends to the back of the ear, which would be similar. So this line that I did at first was a little wrong. It would bend in the back like this, and it will go like that. Let's make it a little bit more concise. There we are. You see, now we have a perfect ring around the ear in the form. This is the back, so we can delete this. And then it goes within the ear, then it bends outwards toward the fold of the ears. Like, if you touch your ear, you can kind of figure out what I'm talking about. Like, there's this fold. There's even one here, completely. And then it fuses, it opens up to the rest of it. That we don't have to always line it, but it helps on coloring, it helps on everything, and then you can just close it off like that. And of course, the hair would always cover this part, so we won't be able to see like the bottom of the ear unless you're talking to like to a hairless cat character. Eyeline. That is if they also have human ears. If not, then we can just cover it in more cat fur. But you see? Yep, Junji Ito Uzumaki told me a different horror manga artist isn't the same as Akira Toriyama, Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest, etc. Exactly. They have different ways to do things, and let me actually look for those examples. That's a really good point, Thorn. Let's look at a Junji Ito character. Not necessarily the scary ones, just a normal person. Just a normal... There we go. Yeah, this girl. This character, and let's go with Bulma. What's the perspective this character has? Let me see. Okay, there, sideways. Where can we get a side view of Bulma? Okay, this one works. I mean, it's obvious that they're different artists and there's different styles, but they're both technically anime. Let me grab Bulma's and put it on an even playing field. Because this character is black and white, so let's set this one to color. Let's just fully black and white them. And now this is another important part when doing anatomy. The breakdown. The breakdown helps you understand where the limits of everything are. Normally, you would want that the eye line is where the ear line starts, so the ear line should begin down here. Exactly here. If you do that, if you touch the bridge of your nose where your eyes begin and then you spread out, touching the bottom of your eyes and then to the side corners and then farther back, you will eventually touch the start of your ears. The top part, this part. You see? Start from here and then move all the way, and then you should be able to touch this part. So it's the indication that this was semi-wrong, but again, it's stylized, it's cartoony, it doesn't really matter. But if you want to look for this girl's ears, then you kind of curve it around. Because remember, again, this is the same thing, we're talking about forms. You have a sphere, and then you kind of curve around it. The same way from the top to the middle of her head. Higher. To the middle of her head. To the point of her nose. Should be around here. To the middle of her lip. To the middle of her down lip. To the middle of her chin. And so here, somewhere around here should be the beginning of her ear, but we don't see it, of course, because of this perspective. And so the middle of the head goes around there, more or less. So it should be around here where the ear is. And the same thing with Bulma. Although we are encouraging on this one a little bit of more cartoon tomfoolery and shenanigans, because now her head is not so long. It's more of a really strange triangle. Yeah, pretty much the same. The ear should connect here. Side of the head. We also noticed too that this girl's head, it's just a simple curve like this altogether. While in here there is some more curvature to where the eyes are, to where the chin is, the cheeks. And this one also bends. You can use this shadow. Actually, you could use more. The shadows could be a little bit more like that if you want to make her chubbier. If you want to make her chubbier, do that with the shading. If not, then do that. But you see how... You see how this hill exists here? It's the same hill here. So it should conform more to that, to something like that. This should be the little bit more ideal shading. But again, that's not neither here nor there. Because this little dent connects well with the bottom of the eye. Like that. The same thing here. You see these shines? These are the limits also of this hill, so they go around. They go over the eye and they're like this. See, like she's chubby, like there's the little shine there. That's what they mean. That's what they're for. You see, we're breaking down. The heads are very similar, but of course the details vary depending on the style. This is pretty much human anatomy, but stylized with the same form principles, but different shape languages. This one's meant to be a little bit more cheerful and be more emoji face. Like if we isolate everything, this is just an emoji face, and this one's meant to be a little bit more grounded on reality and be scarier because, oh my god, what if it happens to me? Then if you want that feeling, go for a more realistic face or a more realistic style. Even of course if these lines are not super particularly detailed, they kind of simulate more reality than simulated hair. Wow, we made it through a lot today. We made it basically through all of the anatomy idea principles that I wanted to touch upon. And we made it through most of the main fundamentals of art theory. Let me just save this bit as part of anatomy. There we go. And yeah, next time I believe we can continue and finish off with color value, lighting, proportions, texture, and rhythm. They are also extremely expansive, and I will have to find a way to make them into shorts once we talk about them in detail. It was a nice little minute. Yeah. I mean, more than a minute because we were here for 30 minutes talking about the final two. I think in the final one. Or yeah, the final two more or less, yeah. Color is... God, I need to practice color. I actually am not good at this. At least in a theoretical way. In a practice way, I think I'm pretty good with color, but I still need a lot to practice. Because there's like combinations of colors, lights versus pigments. It's a mess. But yeah, it's 5 o'clock, and I will see if I can Yeah, well, there's not many of you right now, so I guess there's no reason to rate anyone. But in any case, for you watching the VOD, thank you so much for watching. I will use this stream to point out to make new shorts that kind of grab everything we've talked about and balance it into something simple into 1 to 2 minutes, because I can do 3 apparently, according to people, but like I don't think I need to. But again, these are really expensive ideas, so I'll figure it out. But anyway, yeah, I'll also put on the description of these shorts like tutorials that I found that are really good with this. And yeah, in any case, thank you guys so much for watching. This was really fun, and I'll be seeing you next time. I hope you enjoyed and learned something, and bye bye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. La 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 la.